Children trying to with us, Charlotte Napa. Sapazena, Nino Bishop Cotim Raka, Never Patra, the position of Sotio.
Amen. Atzar leko u'mitzaucha kol hadorim ha'ele v'acharis hayonim v'shavcha ad Adonai Elohecha v'shomancho v'kolo ki el rafo Adonai Elohecha lo yarchacha v'lo yashmisecha v'lo yishtach es b'ris avosecha asher nishba lohem ki shalno v'yonim rishonim asher hayu l'necha v'min hayom asher bora Elohim Adam al ha'oretz we say Hashomayim, Yakin say Hashomayim, Aniyo, Hador, Hakadol, Hazeh, O, Hanishma, Kamohu, Hashoma, Kol Elohim, Midaber, Mitokhoesh, Kasher, Shomat, Vatava, Yaki, O, Haniso, Elohim, Lobo, Lokachas, Lobo, Mikerkoi, Bimasos, Kosos, Sukumokasim, Milkamor. Uviyat Hazakal, Yisrohan Kuyat, Umobrahim, Nidolim, Kekal, Asher Asalachem, Adonai Elohechem, Mitzrayim, Leinecha, Atov Arei Soladas, Ki Adonai, Uva Elohim, Eino, Milvado. Yawan, the Biblias of Kayin, Aftir. Nirashamayim Ishnafas Kolias Redovialor, Esterafar, Esishohamidullah, Utorah, Shomat, Mitol Faresh, Visahas, Kiyoha, Visabosefa, Vaikar, Vizaro, Aparov, Vayotiaka, Bifana, Bifoko, Hagadol, Mitzrayim, Vihobish, Goyim, Gidolim, Ratsumim, Yimacham, Yimaneka, Lahabiaka, Laseismaka, Eskartzom, Naflok Hayom Hazeh, Yodato Hayom, Ashigosa, El Livaveva, Ki Adonai, Hu Elohim, Hashomayim, Nimal, Yalores, Tachas, Ein Od, Vishamarta, Eskukav, Yes Mitzvosa, Asher Anokim, Tzavaka Hayom, Asher Yitavaka, Ulanecha, Acharecha, Uman Ta'arich, Yomim El Wadama, Asher Adonai Elohecha, Seidaka, Kol Hayomim. Yiskadal, Yiskadash, Shirava, Israel, Agolog, Zman Karib, Hebrew, Yisadar, Yisalab, Yisalosh, Yishalri, Eva, Moker, Fasavish, Yuasach, Fasav, Nakapasad, Yallah, Speech back, please insert the names of the Philippines. Speech back, all the Senator, Tiago, Mission, and Shlomo, Vibara, Piratas, and Failin. Which was most valuable for the size of his right to leave, Mother, after the land, after the place, constant 5 years. You saw it on the name, which led to a political delivery of the day. So, I'm sure Kalish was never sure was a good. Hush to buy those not even in that. No, it's a
Rishus Harabbanim. Rishus HaChashivah Kehillah Azayis. As we stood here last year, elucidating the Kiddush, we recalled those precious neshamas that had been taken away from us during the COVID pandemic. Yidden who were missing amongst us, our fellow brothers. Who would have thought that we'd be standing here this Kiddush, this Tisha B'Av morning with Yidden missing, family members waiting to give their loved ones a covered outright. It makes me think and feel that really there's something missing within me, deep within myself. A few weeks ago, I got an aliyah. It was during the week, Parshas Pinchas. And as I was standing still by the Bima, the Malkair was reading, and all of a sudden he stopped in his tracks. He's looking and looking at the Sefer Torah in front of him, but he doesn't go on. Seems to be one of the letters had something missing. A ches was written as a dalet. Other people came over. They looked. A whole bahala ensued. What do? Do we take out another Sefer Torah? Do we start from the beginning? Do we make new brachos? The Rav was away. We didn't know what to do. Finally, someone realized there was an alter yid in the shul, Rabbi Kurzarak Shlita. Rabbi Kurzarak entered the yeshiva system in 1943. RJJ. He went on to go to be part of their first smicha class. He later went on to become the menahel. Taught there 20 years, and alter yid, he comes up, we ask him to come over and see what to do. He walks slowly in his 90s. He walks slowly up to the bima. He looks at the Sefer Torah, he sees the letter, and he says, "Oi!" And he cracks. And I realized at that moment that's what was missing in me, and maybe everyone else there. We were so busy what to do. But we stopped to feel there was a Sefer Torah in front of us that was puzzled. The reaction of a Jew is supposed to be, I feel the best preparation we could do for Kiddush this morning is to learn together. Is to learn Hilchos Tainus. I made copies up front for those who have. You can look along. If not, I recommend you go home and this afternoon and open up a Mishnah Berurah to sit in Tavkuf Ayin Vav. But let's now learn some Hilchos Tainus together. Sit in Tavkuf Ayin Vav. Al Eized Dvarim Misanin Umasriyah. On what matters, what sorrows should Klal Yisrael, should the tzibur fast and call out? And the Mishnah Berurah on this siman gives an introduction. And it quotes a Rambam. The Rambam says, "Mitzvahs aseh min ha-Torah l'zayik u'lariya v'chatzaitzros al kol tzara shelo tavo al ha-tzibur." It's a mitzvah aseh d'oraisa to call out and to blow chatzaitzros on a tzara that happens to the tzibur. The davar zeh midarkei ha-tshuva. And this is the way of tshuva. Shebizman shetavo tzara v'yiz'aku alav v'yaviyu. When a tzara happens to Klal Yisrael, and you call out and you blow, Yedu akol shebeglal ma'aseyim haroyim hura lahem. The people realize that it's because of their own ways that this tzara happened. introspect. V'zehu sheyigrum lahaserat tzara ve'aleihem. And that introspection is what causes the tzara to be removed from amongst them. But warns the Rambam, Aval lo yizaku, v'lo yariu. But if a person doesn't cry out, Ela yariu, davar zeh mivinaga aylam eira lanu, v'tzara zar ignorasi. If a person just says no, unfortunately these things happen. It's the way of the world, seismic activity off the coast, poor policing, crowd control, faulty workmanship. If that's what a person reacts and that's what a person says, Hari zeh derech achzorius. That's the way of cruelty. The guy remes lahem lidavek lemasim haray, and it causes the people not to change. Decisive atzara tzaras acherius. And because of that, the Hashem will send upon you more tzaras if you don't learn the lessons. It's a guarantee that more tzaras are sure to come. Usha kasabatayra, ba'alachtem yimi v'keri. You'll go with me, says the Rebbeinu Shalom in the Torah with happenstance. Ba'alachti gamani b'achem. I wonder to myself, am I cruel? Am I a cruel person? Sorrows keep happening and I hear them. And yes, maybe I'll move for a moment, but with an instant flick away, it's gone and I'm up to the next Narishkeit. Where's the lasting feelings? It says in the Eichel, the tears remained on her cheeks. They didn't just disappear. There was no comfort. So I asked myself, where's the crying out? Where's the public fast? Where's the feeling? Where's my heart? The Shulchan Aruch goes on to continue. Siman Dalet. If there's a collapse in the city, one must fast. More than that, Siman Yud Aleph, She'ein Lach Tsari Yaseir Bizu, Shabbat K'noiflim, V'nimsu Bateim Kireya. When buildings collapse and fall on people and their own house becomes their grave, says the Shulchan Aruch, there is no greater sorrow than that. And again, I ask myself, where's my heart? Where's my overwhelming emotions? But I ask you, why am I bringing this up now? We're here on Tisha B'Av. We're here for Churban Habayis. What does this have to do? You have to keep going in the Hilchos Tainis later on. Siman Tesvav. That if the tzibur has two tzaras, you're not supposed to be calling out for both of them. Just pick one, the most severe. Says the Mishnah Berurah. But when you have a tzara akas, an overwhelming tzara, you chayil lahasber between us and gan tzara shomer. You see, my friend, there is one overriding tzara that is the cause and effect of the rest of the tzaras that we experience. The Zohar says that the whole world has a center point. The center point of the whole world is Eretz Yisrael. And the center point of Eretz Yisrael is Yerushalayim. And the center point of Yerushalayim is the Beis HaMikdash. And the center point of the Beis HaMikdash is the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And that's the lave of Klal Yisrael, and that's the lave of the entire world. So today we stand here discussing the Kodesh Kodesh HaKadoshim, the Beis HaMikdash that's destroyed, the lave of the whole world is broken. And we all know that when a person has heart problems, it affects the entire body. So that's why it's relevant for us to talk about this today. So I wonder, where's my heart? Is it just numbers games? How many are lost? How many are found? Rahman al-Islam, how many died? They're just numbers, or are there supposed to be feelings with that? You know, we have a prototype for Geula. We had a Golus in Mitzrayim, and the Rebbeinu Shalom redeemed us from that Golus. And that is the prototype of Geula. And what does it say in the Sukkah? What facilitated the beginnings of the Geula? It said that the Yiddish, the Mitzrayim subjected us to tremendous avodah kasha, and finally we couldn't take it. Vaye'odlechu b'nei Yisrael min ha'avoda, vayezaku batal shavasot Elokim min ha'avoda. And the people pressed, they sighed out to Hashem. Vaye'odlechu b'nei Yisrael min ha'avoda, vayezaku. The same lashon, they cried out. The Raphael was too shocking on what that means. Vaye'odlechu. First, he says that a tefillah is an incredibly powerful tefillah. It's potent. When we cry out to Hashem from the depths, Hashem listens and he hears. So one shot is a tefillah. A tefillah b'toich sorrow. And that had the ability to start a Geula. But he offers another shot. Vaye'odlechu b'nei Yisrael min ha'avoda. They just crest from the pain. It wasn't even a tefillah. It's just they felt so much it was unbearable. Their hearts were awoken. And they cried out by Yizakul, by Yital Shabbosim Elokim, and Avodah, just from the Avodah itself, from the pain, from the feeling. And that was enough. Yital Shabbosim Elokim, Amidas Din. That crying out from pain was enough to override judgment. So I ask you, I ask myself, where's my heart? You see, it's neither can make it neither. If the heart of the whole world, the heart of Klal Yisrael is broken, then the only way that we're going to fix it is to unlock our hearts. But let me tell you, the Beis HaMikdash, a part of the Beis HaMikdash is still standing today. It was there by its rishon. It was there by its sheni, and it's still there. Ad hayom hazeh. What's that? The Even Shesiyah. The foundation stone of the Beis HaMikdash is still in place. We have a Kabbalah that was the center point from where the whole world blossomed. So I ask you, what does the word Shesiyah mean? Even Shesiyah. A foundation stone. That's how we translate it. But if you look at the Chumash, it uses that expression "shas" in a slightly different way. You see, the time of Geula had come. Hashem sends Moshe Rabbeinu and Aaron to Paro, and he gives them signs. And Paro and Moshe and Aaron perform the signs in front of Paro, and he ignores them. So Hashem ups the ante. He sends them down to the Yar when Paro is vulnerable, and he has to raise the matter and smite the Yar, and it turns to dam. The whole life source of the Mitzrayim. And how does Paro react? shas libo gamlazos. He just went home below shas libo gamlazos. And he just ignored it, even to those signs. Hashem sent him sign after sign, and he ignored it. And we know what happened. Chas v'shalom, my friends. The Rebbeinu Shalom is knocking on our door. He's sending us sign after sign after sign. They're coming fast and furious. Chas v'shalom and Shavilo shas libo gam lazos. So what is our avodah that we're about to say? Our avodah is not to say words. Our avodah is to experience kiddush. To open up our hearts. You know, I asked my neighbor, Shaya Astra, what he was thinking about during the 9 days. And he told over a quote that he heard, and it really resonated with him. He heard, just as this past Lag BaOmer was not as it was in prior years. It was tainted by what happened in Meron. And just like our Shavuos this past year was not like in previous years, after what happened in the Beis Medrash of the Solomon, it better not be that our Tisha B'Av is the same as in past years. We've got experience. We've got to feel. We've got to press. We've got to cry out. We've got to sit in this Tisha B'Av and imagine that there's a pile of rubble right in front of us. And we're eagerly seeking out our loved ones. The Rebbeinu Shalom's bias is in rubble, and it's been that way, and it's right in front of us for 2,000 years. But he's knocking on the door. He wants to come back into our hearts. L'vavi mishkan evneh. And he keeps knocking louder and louder. So let's open up our hearts. Let's feel with the pain of other Yidden. Let's feel with the pain of Tzar Shechina. Let's feel with the pain of Beis Hamikdash. The heart condition of Klal Yisrael. Let's yell to the Rebbeinu Shalom, no, we're not cruel. We're Rachmanim b'nei Rachmanim. We hear your messages, Rebbeinu Shalom. We hear you loud and clear. Let's say the kiddush with a feeling of saying to the Rebbeinu Shalom, we're ready, Rebbeinu Shalom, we're ready to take you back.
The next kiddo that we're going to say is the first kiddo that would ever say it. Yoav said that Yoshua HaMelech was killed in battle. The story of Yoshua HaMelech is well known. He was born, became king when he was 8, knew nothing of Torah, knew nothing of Yiddishkeit, knew nothing of Yevamot Torah. And yet, at one point, they found a Sefer Torah. He had never seen one before. It sparked him to want to do tshuva. And all of Klal Yisrael were owed to Avodah Zarah at that point because Yoshua HaMelech did tshuva. Yoshua, however, didn't quite understand that Klal Yisrael wasn't really holy when he thought that. As good as they had been, and as big as the Messiah was, Klal Yisrael wasn't quite where they needed to be. And as a result, Paro Necho wanted to go to Eretz Yisrael. Yoshua didn't want to let him. Yoshua told him to do it anyways, let him through. Yoshua didn't listen. Yoshua died in battle. As a result, Yoshua was crying. The greatest Makari in the history of Klal Yisrael was killed. Yoshua, of course, was broken. One thing that's always bothered me about this kid, you read it. When you read the Mefarshim, it almost sounds as if Yirmiyahu's response to Yoshia's death was, he gave up. If Yoshio died, and he couldn't stop Cleisol and Cleisol back to Yeshiva completely. It just wasn't going to happen. Yirmiyahu continued saying Nebuah and giving Cleisol Musar for their 22 years. Yes, Yoshio's death was tragic. But Yirmiyahu didn't think it was over. He spent the next 22 years saying Nebuah and kind of just mailing it in, not really paying attention, just going to go through the motions, but there's no hope. Yeshuas Hashem terrifying. If Klal Yisrael would have done tshuva at any point in those 22 years, why do we have this kinah? It's such a terrible tragedy. Yes, it was awful. Yoshio would have tremendous tzaddik down. But that wasn't the end. What exactly was Yirmiyahu focusing on? It's such an important kinah that even now we're still saying it after 4 months. So my sister, I'm walking down. Yirmiyahu was crying over Korban Bayis after the Korban. Philosopher Plato came along and saw that he was crying. And he asked Yirmiyahu, I hear that you're a really, really smart guy. Why are you crying over the destruction of a building? It's over. It's a building, it's gone. It's here, not anymore. What are you crying? Yirmiyahu says to Plato, if you're a very smart philosopher, I have a lot of questions you've never had answers to. You're still confused about it. Plato says, yeah, actually I do. So Yirmiyahu says, why don't you ask me any question you have? I'll see if I can answer. Plato goes through his questions, and Yirmiyahu answers every single one. Plato is just dumbfounded. How can it be? Yirmiyahu says, I wasn't able to answer all your questions. All that wisdom I have came from those bricks, those stones. As to why I'm still crying over it, that's the one question I can't answer for you, because you'll never understand. You see, the Sholem explains what Yirmiyahu was telling Plato was, you're good. When you cry over what once was. You had something, you lost it, you're crying. So to you, a great intellectual, why would you cry over something? Literally, it's crying over spilled milk. It's over. Why cry? Who cares? Move on. That's not why you cry. We don't sit here, Tisha B'Av morning, crying because we're thinking about our glory day, what once was. We're crying because we know what yet can be again. We're showing HaKadosh Baruch Hu we had something. It was amazing. We lost it. We want it back. It's not about just reliving what we had. It's not about just because I don't have it anymore and I said I wish it was once was. I know by crying, by showing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can get it again. And it's exactly because of the fact that we're trying, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will bring the basic English again. Sort of explaining that when Mashiach comes and he sounds the shofar al-gadol, that shofar is made up of the tears that Klal Yisrael cried on Mizpah. Yirmiyahu wasn't crying over Yoshio because it was over. Yirmiyahu was crying over Yoshio because he knew he could continue, he could get better, and the poor could be avoided. And even now, that's why we're sitting here this morning, and that's why we're crying.
The Klai children preparing for the next Kina Tes Dayan, Zahar Asher Asad Sar Bifnim, for the last 3 months. See, many of Klai, many of us have been learning and just completed the 7th Yoima. A little less than 90 blots. Yoima is a very unique Masech. 7 straight problem focused, very rarely going off topic, on the avoid of Yom Kippur, the avoid of the Kohen Gadol, Lifnai v'Lifnim. If I had to ask you, which 2 days of the year, or which day of the year shines brightest in the aura of Beis HaMikdash? Certainly we think about Yom Kippur. The whole day surrounds around the Kohen Gadol. The one day a year he gets to go into the Kodesh HaKodashim. The whole preparation, the whole avodah. It's Avkulo Beis HaMikdash. But there's another day of the year that shines even brighter. And that's today. Today, the day of Tisha B'Av. You see, in previous HaTorah, the aura of a Yom is connected to Avodah Bayom. And the Avodah of Tisha B'Av is also Kulo Beis HaMikdash. That's why we have a Kabbalah that ultimately the Mashiach will be born on this day. The only difference is that today we experience that aura. The Tyrus Hester Panim. That light is covered over. It's shrouded in darkness. So we experience the light of Beis HaMikdash, the Tyrus Hester Panim. Well, if today is the hour of Beis HaMikdash, that means that our next Kina, Zachar Asher Asad Sar Bifnim, is the avodah of Kodesh Kedoshim. So I invite you, my friends, to join me. Let's prepare to enter the Kodesh Kedoshim. Vatem Tiyuli Mamlechas Kohanim, the Goy Kadosh. All of us, let's prepare to enter the Kodesh HaKadoshim. The Titus Hester Kodesh. You can't just walk in. B'zois Yavo Aaron El HaKodesh. It requires preparation. Zeh Keneged Zeh. Zeh Mul Zeh. Zeh Tacha Zeh. The Mishnayos and Yuma tell us, Shimis Yomim Mafrishin, Kaidem Yom HaKippurim, Mafrishin Kain Gadol B'Beiso. 7 days before Yom Kippur, the Kain Gadol was sequestered in the Beis HaMikdash. We had a full 7-day week preparation, May Shabbos this year of the 9 days. At night, they would read to the Kohen Gadol the night of Leil Yom Kippurim. They would read to him from Sefer Ezra, Sefer Daniel. We last night gathered together to read Eichel. Early in the morning, on the morning of Yom Kippur, the crowds would gather in Azara, excited to see the Avodas Hayom. We gathered together in our Mikdash Ma'at to say Kiddush. Chamish Tfilos, Vasara Kedushim, Tobal, Kohen Gadol, Bo Mayoim. We are unbathed and unclean. The big day Kohen Gadol, the Chaysh and the Me'il, the Ephod, that sits, Kaddish Lashem, the big day Lavan, with symbol purity and tahara and forgiveness. We wear unlaundered clothes, which are dirty and torn, symbolizing Avelus. Balo Eitzal Apar, B'kach Hayomer, Chatasi, Avisi, Pashati, Ani, Ubesi. We're the ones today that need to say, Chatasi, Avisi, Pashati, Ani, Ubesi. The snakes of Seirim, Echad Lashem. We feel cast away like the Echad Lazazel. The Kohen Gadol would take his machta, his golden machta, and take burning coals from the Mizbeach in order to go l'fnai l'fnin and offer his ketubas, his smoke offering. We're left with the coals that were thrown down by Gabriel to burn the Beis HaMikdash, and the smoke is still elevated. And now, my friends, the Kohen Gadol, the Kedusha, the Tara, was ready to go into the Ulam, into the Heichal, past the Mizbeach Hazov, between the Shulchan and the Menorah, coming towards the curtains. He would walk away along the curtains, the Ema, the Pachad, ready to go into the holiest spot on the holiest day of the year, the Kodesh Kedoshim. Are we ready to pull back the curtains of the Kodesh HaKadoshim of Hester Chaim? Let's pull back the curtains, and what do we find? Teach us our Russia! Russia ben Russia! Russia! With his arrogant face, with his bloody sword, with his hobnailed boots, a Sefer Torah spread out, a Zaina, committing acts of horror, of disgrace, of immorality, of tumah, right there in our holiest spot. It's a dagger to our leg. How do we react? We've got to scream out, how could it be, Ribbon Shalom? How could it be? Mi Kavlecha Ba'elim Hashem. How could you be so silent at that moment, Ribbon Shalom? How could it be? The Gemara then kind of says, in the end of time, there's going to be a circle around the Rebbeinu Shalayla. Most people learn that to be a dance circle. The Malbim learns it differently. He learns it's not a circle going around. It's a circle going up and down, top to bottom. They're the high points in life and the low points in life. But the tzaddik is one who can point to Hashem in every one of those. This is our low point. This is the lowest point in the year for Klal Yisrael. The Kodesh HaKadoshim, the Hester Punim, our lowest point. But that's when we got to cry out. Shir Amalois Unamakin, Rasim Hashem. We've got to call out to the Rebbeinu Shalom from the depths. But it's not all bleak. It's not all sad. It's not depressing, like we just heard from Brody. It's calls of hope. You see, the Gemara in Yuma says that the future of the same Kodesh HaKadoshim is going to come out a river. It's going to start small. It's going to be so small as it exits the Kodesh HaKadoshim that it's going to be the size of the antenna of a locust, barely visible. Even when it moves out this river, it's going to flow out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. It's only going to be as wide as a thread. And even when it leaves the Azara, it's going to be about the size of a bottle cap. Not very big. But that river is going to continue to flow and flow until it's a mighty, raging river. So powerful that boats won't even be able to cross. So powerful that even the Malach HaMoves won't have streets and won't be able to cross. The Mefarshim explain that that's where it all starts. It starts in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, but something very small. Something, though, it's got to be Kodesh HaKadoshim. It starts with the Machshava. Machshava of Yirah Tshuva. The Machshava of feeling. The Machshava of longing. But that thought has got to be Kodesh HaKadoshim. It's got to be, it can be tiny, but it's got to be real. It's got to be emes. But from that, it could slowly build and build and build until eventually, if you build on a sincere thought of return, of yearning, of feeling, from that, you can have a raging river that the Malach HaMoves, the Yitzhar, will no sleep over. And that's what will rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. But now we sit here, I ask you, my friends, let's experience this Kina together. Let's go together in the Kodesh HaKadoshim of Hester Punim. Let's witness Titus HaRasha and scream out. And Mir Hashem, we won't be too far away from a Yom Kippur. It's right around the corner. And maybe this year we'll get to see it. The Shlemusa will gather together once again. Not in our Mikdash Ma'at, but in our Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi, Be'era Yevana. And we'll get to all gather together, the Simcha, and witness the Avod of the Kohen Gadol, the Fnai of Nim, as it's truly meant to be.
Next candidate we're going to say, there's an interesting contrast that runs throughout. Each stanza, the first part of it, focuses on something that highlights the incredible relationship we have on a historical, at various points in history, and what that meant for us, how it affects. Immediately, it shifts. It talks about something terrible that happened in Claudius. And it goes back. On a simple level, we're going to assume that part of what this kid is talking about is if you really want to appreciate what it means to suffer, you have to know what you had before. You didn't know how awesome things could have been or how awesome they were. You won't truly appreciate how bad things are now. But actually, I think that other there is giving us something much deeper, well beyond just sitting here the morning and fishing. Eliyahu Bianzak Sal once went to visit the yeshiva in Slobodka. He got up and he gave Musar shoes. It was incredibly powerful and moving, to the point that even the Alter of Slobodka himself was crying to the Musar that he went to. The next day, Eliyahu came back and said goodbye. The Alter said to him, "No, you really had no right giving such stinging tokah to Ruth. Obviously correct that, he apologized, and he left. Rav Hutner came over to the Alter and said, I don't understand. When Rav Eliyahu was speaking yesterday, even the Alter himself moved to tears. Why did you take him to task for doing that? The Alter looked at Rav Hutner and said, contradiction, a thing and an opposite, these are among the ways of a Kadosh Baruch Hu. If we go through our lives, and we tend to split things into two categories: the good times and the bad times, the highs and the lows. when things are going well, we feel good. And maybe we feel like Kadosh Baruch Hu is giving us what we deserve. And that's fantastic. But then things, don't go so well. We start to suffer. Tragedies. Or even just the day-to-day stresses that we go through that can make life incredibly challenging. And at those points in time, like our mindset tends to shift. We're wondering, why is this happening to me? Why is Kadosh Baruch Hu doing this to me? I don't really deserve this. And when we have this mindset, this sort of dichotomy of the good times versus the bad, we lose the common thread, which is that everything that happens to us all comes from the same source. It all comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Kulo Tov. And everything that happens to us is really for our benefit. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants one thing. He wants to have a relationship with us. He wants that closeness. As much as parents want to only give what's good for their children, that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to do for us. Even more so. As human beings, we can't even really understand the depth of how much HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to put back to us. So we get a little bit lost. And our avoda and our growth kind of becomes a little bit uneven and choppy. Good times is one thing, bad times is something else. You always have to remember to keep that common thread. Through ups and downs, good times and bad, it's all about how we relate ourselves to our world. And we sit here, Tisha B'Av morning, and we're crying. Because to us, it all looks bad. We can't see the good. We have to recognize that we go through the entirety of our life. We always need to treat things the same way. Once heard this quote from Shlomo Carlyle. We say in Shir HaMalach for benching, Hazorim B'dima B'rina Yikso. And the simplest way to understand that is, Hazorim B'dima, you sow with tears, B'rina Yikso. You'll be able to reap with joy. That's not how you reap. Hazorim B'dima B'rina. If you sow with tears and with joy. Regardless of what you're going through, the focus needs to be the same thing. I want to have a relationship. Then, then you'll be able to read. Then you'll be able to have that relationship. And this, back and forth, good times and bad, as we read, we have to focus. The rest of the day, the rest of the year, the rest of our lives, always needs to be the same. Ups and downs doesn't matter. It's all about growing the relationship with a better world.
Just before I begin, I just wanted to remind you a close story last night about the bells around when they reach 8 last night. The rebel would scream out, Hashem, what do you want from us? What's the point of all this? And every Shavasar Kama, a few days after Shavasar Kama, I'll get an email from Ratuvia saying, guys, let's get together, we have to figure out what he's going to say, he's going to say what. And the same horrible feeling, I took this also with Shabbos and Baruch and Thomas as well. But what's the point? What are you doing? It's that standard every year. It's enough. It's enough. And that's the word starts reminding us. After the word of Shlomo. Anyway, so turn to the king of our So everybody understands what the words are about: slaughter, massacre, over a number of decades. Tzaddikim, Priyankas, Rosh Hashanah, Tzaddikim with whom, the transition of Persian Side, the explicit transition of Persian Side, Persian Shalpeh, was made. Ones who made Hashanah successful to us, ones who made Persian Side successful to us, great Tzaddikim, that were slaughtered in such a terrible, horrible way. And it's terrible in its own right. Such great people. How could I let that happen? How could great Tzaddikim like that, who lived their whole life, who should have power suddenly be taken from us, number one, and be taken from us in such a horrible way, number two, and number three, by such a shut, it's beyond. I think to get a deeper idea of what this is doing here in the keynotes, what's doing here in the keynotes, aside from the terrible events, there are many terrible events, and why document this? So if you step back, I think it might help us step back to the very first keynote, which starts with the very first keynote we said this morning, which starts with the word Shabbat. It's a very difficult line to translate. And the one way to understand it, the Shabbat is referring to Shabbat, referring to the Pasuk, explicitly referring to the Pasuk. Shabbat was supposed to be Shabbat is supposed to be that the joy of our hearts is taken away, cease, and our hearts are turned from joy into mourning. But you may understand that also the word Shabbat is reference to Shabbos. That it is Shabbat, that our Shabbos was taken away. A lot of us understand Shabbos as the seventh day of the week, the day, it's very Shabbos Kodesh, Shabbos Son is so important. But the word Shabbos is much deeper than just the seventh day of the week. The word Shabbos refers to any situation, any entity, it's our point of direct contact with Hashem, throughout creation. The Shabbos is everything. The point where we directly access Hashem, where Hashem is not hidden, to use the fancy word, there's no klipa, even there's no klipa because Hashem made it that way just to be good to us, or because took away the bad and it was only good. But everything in this world is a Shabbos. There's a point of connection, that's why I use the word klipa. There's a point of connection to that entity, that phenomenon, that institution, and Hashem connects to us, to this world and the next world, that point of perfection. And really our job, the whole point of everything we're trying to do is to uncover everything that point of that Shabbos. The Shabbos, whatever there is in this world, to uncover, to reveal it, to allow it to flower, and to go deeper and deeper and broader and broader. So therefore, for example, like Shlomo was saying before, in the physical space, the Beis Hamikdash is the Shabbos of Yerushalayim, which is the Shabbos of Yerushalayim, the Shabbos of Eretz Yisrael. And Eretz Yisrael is the Shabbos of the rest of the world. So on Tisha B'Av, we all know the Gemara that says that the Korban happened on Motzei Shabbos. Shabbos went out. That's when Tisha B'Av happened. On Motzei Shvius, which is the Shabbos of the earth. We left Shabbos. We left Shabbos. Shvita. That's when the Korban was going to happen. So some tzaddikim, were more than all forms of also Shabbos, right? And for example, just to go back for a second. One way to understand this is that all the term of memorial, the Inquisition, the Cossacks, the Crusades, the Holocaust, it's so news about those are using Shabbos. Once we go to Shabbos, we're vulnerable. We have no sense of connection to Hashem. Once we're connected to Hashem, any sort of horrible thing can happen. So the context of humanity, the context of people, just people might be the Shabbos of humanity, of human race, of Adam. But the tzaddikim, like the Dolim, are the Shabbos of the Jewish people. And that's what we're mourning as the Halvana. So, continuing on that point, tzaddikim just spoke of Nachman, about the quote that only do women first saw it. Rav Nachman said like this, in the Torah Kufin Zayin. He means, a person clings to the words of Torah that come from the mouth of Tzaddik. I can't believe it. How is it possible afterwards? This is called the lachot chaya olam, that have to be won in any way of the life of this world. It was when a person, the point that Tzaddik began, going back to the Shabbos, it's a feeling of connecting olam hazeh, olam haba. And when it's Tzaddik, when you talk with your presence of Tzaddik, and you hear words from you that are demolishing mind blowing, that totally blow your mind. Who won olam hazeh afterwards? It's almost like, what's the point of running after empty things? Now the answer, they have $1 million in their bank account. So, with this idea in mind, the idea that the connection between that Shabbos and the Tzaddik, you look at the second class paragraph, the final Tzaddik that was scored in Arzi Alvana. So, the paragraph begins, the final Tzaddik is the sense of now conclusion. paragraph begins, Sadik of Elazar Shemua. Elazar Shemua is Sadik. Let's see what Sadik applied to the other people. The words of people. This is the climax. Sadik of Elazar Shemua about Quran Arag Makura. Yomer Shabbos. Was our Shabbos that happens? My Kiddush, the time of Kiddush. Like Kaddish, like Yikra. Very shofar. They unsheathed, they sword against them. When Chuba took them out of life, the sign was done. So he finished Kiddush. Yassan Shemas and Bar came Yotzer Tzartzura. He shut them out. That's exactly when Shabbos is supposed to begin. When we finish Kiddush, when Shabbos is happening, that's when the side of the world. Again, Mosar Sadiqim, you are Shabbos, and that's why we're here today. Again, we argue that everything bad that happens to us is all about the loss of Shabbos. So, here again, especially the tzaddikim here, it's not just any tzaddikim here, this is how we connect with Rosh Hashanah, this is how we connect with Hashem Ratzon. These are the people who we interact with every day, that they're Yomi, whatever Gemara learning that we do, even not Gemara learning, even halacha, anything, any room that we do, all goes down to the kinds of tzaddikim that we're talking about here. This is what we're seeing on the floor for. It's all the Shabbos that we lost, especially Shabbos of our Shabbos. People, which is the our tzaddikim, and we should realize that when a tzaddik in this world, even not in the way, even died in sleep, the realization is just not clear. How can we take this tzaddik away from us? And you later on that, the strategy of how they were taking it was not literally with Kol Hashem to destroy us. And this is what we're sitting on the floor.
You're here, you stay here.
Kina Makarisha Neva the Nero was written the one by Tostos, the massacre, the mass suicide, the loss of communities that went on for the Crusades. The Crusades came to them and said they see convert God, and rather than convert, they decided to die first rather than convert, and they kill each other. How halachically right was is a completely irrelevant discussion. And we should understand what he is about. That in the end, he is going to give his life back to away from Hashem. And then when we say this Kina, we're speaking not only of communities lost in the Crusades, communities lost in many other moments as well as communities lost to assimilation, communities lost to a single drop of blood being dropped. We have to now just to step back for a second and understand that we have community. Community, I once heard a very powerful talk from Amir Herzler, from the Rafa. And he said this over and over and over because he said Hashem is love, but it's that community is also tzaddik. Community of people devoted to serve Hashem and on every at this level, and to create a Makom Torah, a place where Torah and mitzvahs are comfortable. That is a form of tzaddik. He said this on the this is said on parts of Yisrael, explaining the whole events with Yaakov meeting at the well and the rock, and the shepherds get together at a certain time, and they take the rock over the well, and that shepherd coming out. And the idea is that he's the tzaddik, that Yaakov was a tzaddik, but at the same time, the function was being taken, it could be taken by these shepherds who want to do the right thing. So community is full of tzaddik, and we're more than community loss, whether it's the Karmel massacre, whether it's the murder, the horrible, whether it's the Kiddush Hashem, whether it's always like Kiddush Hashem, but what went on during the Holocaust, what went on in so many other situations, that more mourning it's not different than our Yalboim. In its own way, it's the same kind of loss, the sense of the connection between Hashem and the Jewish people. So, in fact, for those who want to update this Kina feel sort of direct connection, I have a book in my bookshelf called There Once Was a World. That's a horrible book, it's unreadable. I read it one or two pages at a time and write back where it came from. It's about the town of Aishishak, which was near Rottenville called Steinwood. And it describes, 75% of the book describes by this Holocaust scholar, Yaka Eliak, who actually went through the events described in the book. And 75% of the book is describing the origin of the town and how it worked. It's like a spiritual ecosystem, which is a beautiful place, with all the politics, with everything else that Jews do. And then the Nazis came, when the Nazis made Lithuania, collaborating with Lithuanians, enthusiastic collaborators, the Nazis, all the Jews were killed. All the Jews were killed. She survived. I forgot really how. And read that book, you understand this key. But again, it's impossible to read. It's just something you read a few pages. You just talking about Hashem to do this to us. How this could happen? It's just terrible. But in a sense, at the equivalent level, I saw a documentary a few weeks ago called There Are Jews Here. And just Google it, Kovisha warning. Be careful with that. What that book is about is the small towns in America. There go over 1 million Jews at one point living in small towns in America. The American Jew is not just 5 towns, it's not just Borough Park, it's not just Flatbush, it's not just Lakewood. There are also Jews living out in places like Butte, Montana, and the Dauphin, Alabama. We see that in the documentary. These are Jews, basically 10, 15, a handful of Jews left in these small towns. But once upon a time, there were many more Jews. And they built these big shuls. And there's nothing left. The Jews there's children fully interested. The brothers, sisters, fathers, grandfathers died, assimilated, intermarried. And there is this documentary about the desperate efforts of these 10 remaining Jews and 13 remaining Jews who are anything close to from to preserve something, to have some sort of shul. Do they sell the shul? Do they sell to the church? A whole discussion, and it's tragic, one story after another. And what's really sad about this, as I said, is our 1.5 hours of dying Jewish communities throughout the West, with the surviving getting desperate to preserve whatever they have. And they obviously have no chance of success. And again, they know very little. All they know that the shuls are Makom Kodesh. And there's something meaningful about it until they pray Jews in shops and don't go. And that's goals, just to add on to the point. This is goals. Hashem appears to be the present or accessible for millions of Jews across generations. And even those remaining who desire connection with Hashem and Torah have no return. They just stumble into darkness with their beautiful intentions to intermarry and disinterested children. So again, those, the book about those, we're talking about the fact that disconnected from Hashem. Everything else is consolidates. And you see this documentary where people who know they're missing something, but they have no idea what to do, where to go, how, what. And you know, we cry, we watch this documentary and cry with the desperation. And we can also learn a lot from their beneficial kids that's obviously being activated and active the whole time. Because again, they know nothing. Their idea of what Yiddishkeit is without them is obviously very, very little. But at the same time, they understand they gotta do something about it. And interplay between their desperate efforts at the same time, their desperation. It's extremely powerful to understand that through Basara, there's always that never show kiss, there's always that part of this yearning to do something about the goals, to get out of it somehow, and the goals and don't know what to do.
Shabbos like Hade Shem Shama Shem Agod. The Isha Sakin is to be as really dubbing the hero to hold up the crowd up with the Fast Gever, Rubina, Manis, Rasti, Valas, Buddha, you say, Zachinu the Gadel Kamla Toira, and I can come to your love the Haktor. Then is getting Mochem Yoira, has a Buddha may
The 23rd Kina of the SLB, the first two words are really Seder Kina. The SLB is my duty. What duty are we talking about? So the Jewish person has the showed this, the Shama, and who says that the Shama and brought up a certain way, that duty shines out. And one of the things of Tisha B'Av about Shabbos, still Shabbos, let's say Shabbos. One of the things, another version of that is the Kol of Kedusha, the separation of Kedusha. Kedusha is thrown out the window, vacated. That's also one of the tremendous sources of availance on Tisha B'Av. And that's exactly what this key is about. We're talking about the loss of no Jews have been killed here, nobody's detained, no property being stolen, no secret car being burned, and yet we're still discussing the question is why. So we're talking about the story of Shua, but Shaul pointed out was so holy that he had a direct conversation with Hashem on Yom Kippur, in Kosher Kedusha and poured down in Brachos. And his children are taken captive, and they don't realize, and they have one master, one guy buys one meat, one of them, and the other guy buys another one, which is something to meet, and it's something to bread in order to produce children, and they become money. So again, the tragedy here is, it's not that everybody is being killed, but rather that Kedusha is being vacated and destroyed, and nothing, no big deal. And this story, this particular Kina, the story that's related there again, is based on one thinking. It ends well. I mean, it ends well, relatively well. Kedusha is not destroyed because in the end they die. But we all know that across centuries, across millennia, it's ended very badly. Actually, we've had so many millions of Jews that have lost assimilation, intermarriage, to apostasy, all sorts of destruction where they simply stop being Jews and they go all over the globe. So many graveyards, with Jewish stars. We get sound like Jewish stars. So many, this goes on. You go to Northern Africa, you go to anywhere in the world where Jews that are just lost. And lost not voluntarily, involuntarily, either way it's tragic. So, we just found out a month ago that Elvis is Jewish. They found him on the dug in his mother's cemetery next to him. Which kind of gives us a deeper understanding of the song, Don't Be Cruel. So now he joins a long list of Freud, Marx, Greenspan, Ayn Rand, of Jews without Torah, with a huge impact on society and human history. The list goes on. About Hollywood, any field of endeavor, of human endeavor, cultures, not to end, but certainly human and. So the question is, how can you understand this? How can Jews without Torah have so much of an impact on the world? In other words, you expect Jews, unfortunately, apostatize, intermarries, goes off the dark on its line, doesn't come back. So how is it that it has so much impact? What's the mechanism? So the Sefer HaKami, the Alter Rebbe discusses that in very, very, very vividly. Discusses how each Jew has within himself a nefesh elokis. There's an indestructible aspect of Hashem that's within himself. And it's called the famous phrase, nefesh elokami ma'al. Every person has a piece, an angle of nefesh elokami ma'al. And he used the expression in addition, nefesh elokis hapoel b'kibro mamash. Nefesh elokis that's working operating within mamash. The question is, where does the mamash add? So I want to sort of share a reminder on this. Word mamash means is that this nefesh elokis has to go somewhere. The energy that is created, that's created by nefesh elokis has to go. It's like a source of creation. It has to go somewhere in this world. It has to manifest somewhere. If he's lucky, and we're lucky, Hashem Chagaf was lucky, I shouldn't say lucky, but if we're Zoka, so then it goes to Torah, Mitzvot, the life, it goes up to Hashem. If not, it goes up to other things. And that's exactly what all these people, all these Shamas that we talk about, that are famous, that are published a lot in this world, Albert Einstein, that's exactly where the energy came from. It's all nefesh elokis. And we're more than that, the nefesh elokis that went behind that basically applied. That did not add to the parts of the world, bringing the problem backwards. And there's a Torah of Shlomo Karlach that's going to Rafa. There's a pasuk that says, in saying Eva, Tishapefa Avni Kodesh, the Rosh Chodesh, that the Eva, Yam Za'al, Mishnah Kesem HaTov, how can the gold be father over, that Mishnah Kesem HaTov, that roses shine, Tishapefa Avni Kodesh, the holy stones are thrown out in all through the streets. Or Shlomo said this refers to the tzaddikim, the Jewish Shamas. The Jewish Shamas had all sorts of potential, had all sorts of, so much to give to this world, so much to give to us. And instead, they're spilled around. They're cast aside. The Rosh Chodesh, the Rosh Chodesh, the world that's not Hashem, the world that's turned away from Hashem. So this key where, among other things, we're mourning lost Kedusha, we're mourning lost wasted Kedusha, misplaced. Misplaced idealism of Jews on the Torah, misplaced energies of Jews on the Torah. And that's something we're seeing on the floor for, because really, again, God means this connection to Hashem, misuse potential, and playing ignorance and inability to just waste life.
Vorland bei Saming Dash Kiuras Dash Esper Bechol Shana Bisha Tisa Serla Lane Tarshi Shene during Kisizato
in Reishi Mayim. The kingdom where we begin to connect the dots. We understand the morning Kurban Beis Hamikdash, but we understand that at times it's hard for us to connect to the concept of Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, the Balakita starts bringing it home. And he starts connecting Kurban Beis Hamikdash, all the tzaras that Klal Yisrael has experienced. This particular kingdom about the destruction of the three major communities during the First Crusade. Communities that were at the height of religious activity. Talmidei Chachamim, yeshivas, gemachs, batei knesiyos, all destroyed. We connected back all the way back to Kurban Beis Hamikdash. Again, mentioning last night that we know that there's a glimmer of hope in Tisha B'Av. Just a little bit, we'll be sitting back on regular chairs. We're not going to say Tafnon V'Kora Alai Moyeh. We mentioned Rabbi Kabbalah, and Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. No, he's not everywhere. It's a day of tzar, a day of crying. There's a certain point in a person's abelos, you try to be menachem them, they're not ready to hear it. They don't want to hear everything's going to be okay. They don't want to hear that it's all for the best. They don't want to hear he's in a better place. They just want to cry. So what is this about Tisha B'Av V'Kora Alai Moyeh? Where's the moyeh? Where's the glimmer of hope? Today is the day of crying. Came across an article in Persian Oak, 1855. Gave me insight to a famous concept, comment of the Meshech Chochmah around the same time. It is now 6 or 7 and 20 years ago since one evening on Tisha B'Av, the rabbi of a small town in South Germany had his synagogue brilliantly lit up and invited the members of his congregation to attend in their best attire. This was the night when over the whole face of the earth, wherever a small group of Jews form a congregation and come together for prayer in the house of God, light and cheerfulness and festive mood are banished from the gathering. Every man on the 9th of Av who calls himself a Jew sits mourning on the ground. The lamentations of Yirmiyah over the orphan city of God finds an echo in every Jewish breast. It writes Rav Hirsch, it was on this evening that this preacher mounted the pulpit and raised a protest against this sadness and this mourning and this yearning for Palestine. He accused the millions of his mourning brethren in the world of treason and enmity toward the state and the fatherland. He called on his dismayed congregation, in contrast to these millions, to show by means of festival celebration the repudiation of the out-of-date yearning for Palestine, and to give proof of their patriotic attachment to the fatherland, in which they lived and worked, for which they at least they hoped to obtain full civic freedom and equality. Yerushalayim, said this rabbi, was here. Palestine was now situated on German soil. There's no doubt in my mind that Meir Simcha, when writing those words, there are Jews that say Palestine, Yerushalayim, Germany, Berlin is the new Jerusalem. He was referring to these Jews. And when we say that every sorrow that Klal Yisrael experiences is connected to Churban, there's tremendous depth. But on the most basic level, what this means is that we as a people crave to be comfortable. We want to fit in. Naturally, we want to grow and become part of the society. And the Rebbeinu Shalom continuously has to remind us that this is not where we belong. And every single sorrow that Klal Yisrael is sent, every single tzara is to remind us, don't get comfortable. This is not where you belong. The famous words of Rabbi Yaakov Emden that should be reviewed every single Tisha B'Av. The greatest reason for the Mashiach not to have come yet, the greatest impediment for the Geula, is that we're not mis'abel Yerushalayim Kiroi. V'hi be'einai hasiva ha'kroiva ha'yoyser gluya ha'tzuma v'chazako v'chol ha'shmadois ha'gedoilois ha'neiroi. Why does the Rebbeinu Shalom have to send an inquisition, Rahman al-Islam, the Cossacks, the pogroms, the Holocaust? The most basic reason, says Rabbi Yaakov Emden, is simply to remind us this is not where we belong. Berlin is not Yerushalayim. The goal of a Tisha B'Av, the goal of every Tisha B'Av, as I mentioned last night, is on the most basic level to be able to connect our pain, our sorrows to Churban Beis HaMikdash. The Chafetz Chaim would say, Kol Tzara sheyesh al Yehudi, every tzara, from small to big. A difficult time in Parnasa, sickness, difficult relationships, bigger tzaras across Klal Yisrael, every tzara called tzara sheyesh al Yehudi, b'vadai chelet me'agalos. Part of the craft, part of the tsar has to be Rebbeinu Shalom. Show inside, it's time. But as I mentioned, if we stop at Rifleinu, if we stop at Borei Chaleinu, and we don't connect the dots, and we don't attach those tzrachim to Yerushalayim Ircha, to the Zenai Neil Bishulcha, the Torah hasn't its purpose. We're forcing the Rebbeinu Shalom to send more. Just last night, I heard a beautiful story from a Talmud of Ramah. The Talmud had a child that Nebuch wasn't well. And he came to Rav Pam and he told him that he had a baby, Rav Pam, and Mazel said, but the child's not well. Rav Pam began to cry. He said, Rebbe, don't worry, we're strong, we're going to get through it, we're okay. Rav Pam looked at it and he said, I'm not crying for you. This is a chalik of the gods. If you're sent to Tzara, the Rebbeinu Shalom is telling you, have you forgotten? I have to send you another Tzara. Have you forgotten to be mevakesh the Geula? Read the Kiddos like the Crusades, where our Chachamim help us connect the dots of the terrible tzaras that Klal Yisrael experience. And one day a year we focus on making sure that all of our tzaras are connected to the Churban. That the crux of our Shemoneh Esrei is not only on our tzrachim, but we're able to take our needs and say, Rebbeinu Shalom, I understand that this is a chilek of the Gola, so we're able to have kavanah of Yerushalayim, Yircha, V'rachim, Toshu. V'sechezenu Eineinu, V'shulchu, V'tzion. Tisha B'Av is a yom. Because Tisha B'Av helps us connect the dots. Without Tisha B'Av, each one of our tzaras would remain our tzaras. Would be my problem bringing it to the Rebbeinu Shalom. Tisha B'Av reminds us. The reason for these tzaras is to get us to be mevakesh the Geula. What happens when we don't have a tzara Rahman Islam? We have Jews that begin thinking there's no need for a Tisha B'Av. We have tzaras as well. We have tzaras as well, and we have to think as well. The Rebbeinu Shalom is sending us tzaras. Personal tzaras and communal tzaras. Have we forgot about Yerushalayim? Are we trying to fit in? Have we grown too comfortable? Does it excite us when we hear news about Jewish Orthodox people being accepted to Major League Baseball? That's exciting. Why? We're been accepted. This is not where we belong. This is not our culture. That's not exciting for us. Every time I see an article about a Holocaust denier, Khalil Bachas. My grandparents are Holocaust survivors, and as a kid, it enraged. Not even 100 years. There could be people to downplay this. Islam. As I grew older and more mature, I have no doubt there are those denying it on the outside world. It means to a certain degree we deny it to ourselves. If just less than 100 years later we could forget what the mentality of Berlin, Yerushalayim brings. We can be so easy to forget. Rebbeinu Shalom shows us, you forget. You you forget the lesson, the world will forget as well.
Now, many of us haven't traveled much in the last year and a half. The restrictions on travel, many of us are eager to get out and about. Well, this kiddah takes us on a travel. It takes us on a journey through Golos. The first stop is the times of the Beis Hamikdash. We learn about Nebuchadnezzar, Melech Babel, and the 80,000 Pirkei Kahuna that were killed during that time. I was trying to contemplate how many schools in our school system put together would that be. It tells us about Turnus Rufus, who plowed over Yerushalayim in hatred, destroying the entire city, flattening. But it doesn't stop there. It continues the journey of Madai, of Yavan, and of Edom. And in each stanza it says, Ve'ei Enachem, how can I be comforted? How can I be consoled? Generation after generation, calamities, tragedies. Ve'ei Enachem, how can I be comforted? How can I be consoled? There's a problem. This kiddah was written over 1,000 years ago. He talks about how can we have survived 1,000 years every generation, nothing sorrow, nothing tragedy. It's been a long time since this kiddah quiet. Klal Yisrael's been on quite a journey since. I too am a son of a Holocaust survivor. My father would talk about the Holocaust as the worst tragedy that ever befell human mankind, and certainly the Jewish people. And that was before this kiddah. So we asked the question, you know, this idea is reflected in the Medrash. The Medrash, from a different perspective, from a different point of view, is talking about Shira. Shira. It's a Medrash in Beshalach talking about the Shira, Az Yashir Moshe. Right? The Shira, all this Shira is the first of Lashon Nekeva. The Shiras Moshe, the Shiras Abe'er, the Shira of Hazinu, the Shira of David. There's many Shiras, but they're all referred to as the Lashon Nekeva. Why? It's like a mother, young mother who's building a building, not rebuilding, building a family. And she goes through the pains of pregnancy, of labor. I shouldn't be talking about it. I should ask one of the women from upstairs to come down and tell us what that feels like. But then she has Yeshua of a child. And she's happy and elated. But if she's building a family, she knows she's going to have to go through that sorrow. So to Yidden, even when they sang the Shira, they kind of had a feeling this wasn't the final stop. We're elated now, but Gamze Yavar. There's going to be a Tzara, Madai, Yama, Avedai still to follow. And therefore, your Shira was never complete. You know, we talked about sigh. There's another type of sigh, a crest. It's a sigh of frustration. Like, you know when we feel that sigh the most? Tisha B'Av. Not the Tisha B'Av. Here we are again. We were here last year. I was inspired by the drushes. And here we are again. No, what's going to be this year? Is it going to be any different? Are we going to be here at Pastor Shalom next year again, mourning over Corbin Bias? What's going to change? Sigh of frustration. So last year we discussed another way to look at this kinna. The word Elohim also can mean change direction. Rabbi Yechezkel Elias points this out from numerous psukim. It says, "Lo nicham Elokim derech eretz Plishtim." It doesn't mean how was I comforted. Hashem says, I changed my mind about Shaul being the king. It's a change of direction. We're supposed to hear about sorrow upon sorrow, tragedy upon tragedy, and we're supposed to point to ourselves, the Lashon singular, the Eich Enachem. How am I going to change from what I hear, from what I see, from what I experience? So now I want to address, like a few moments, the moments we have, and try to address a fundamental problem that we all face. How do we change? We get inspired. We go to Drushes during the year. We hear incredible things from Talmidei Chachamim, as Rabbi Lass pointed out, but somehow we walk away and in the air, it's fleeting. It doesn't make lasting change in us. Why not? What are we doing wrong? There's got to be a different recipe to allow us to make real change. This question was addressed by the Rebbe Rashab, one of the Lubavitcher Rebbes, Shalom Dov Ber Schneerson, who lived at the same time as we just heard of the Meshech Chochmah. And Rav Hirsch, he lived from 1860 to 1920. And he was a genius. And he focused his whole life on Jewish education. He started the flagship Chabad Yeshiva Tomchei Tefillah. And he added elevated ideas into the curriculum. And the Talmidim once approached him and said, Rebbe, we're inspired. We learn about lofty things. But as soon as we walk out, it seems to be gone. It seems not to make any lasting change. And the Rebbe went and he wrote an entire Kuntras HaAvodah to try to deal with this problem. I'm sorry, I apologize if I'm taking up your time this morning, but we've got to find a way to make real change in our lives. That's what's going to bring us home. So the Rebbe Rashab offers two ideas, two mistakes possibly that are being made, and why people don't really change in a permanent and meaningful way. He says that a person, like we heard from Rabbi Nachum, has a nefesh alaikis, a spiritual side to him, but he also has a nefesh bahamis. Now people look at the nefesh bahamis as the enemy. It's not. It's the part of you that's focused on your physicality, on your well-being. We need both. We need to grow, but we need to take care of ourselves. The problem is when we get inspired, we awaken the nefesh alaikis, the spiritual side of ourselves, and we have lofty dreams. But if we don't get into a conversation with our nefesh bahamis, with our practical self, and that there's no dialogue, so as soon as the nefesh bahamis puts up a roadblock, our inspiration just backs away and crawls back into the woods and nothing happens. We're inspired on the Tisha B'Av. We hear about Yerushalayim. Okay, that's it. I'm dropping and moving to Yerushalayim. I'm going to finally hear the message. I'm on my way. Great. You walk out inspired. I'm making Aliyah. You come home. You settle down. The Nefesh Bahamas wakes up and he says, what about your mortgage? What about your job? Are you going to support yourself? What about your kids? What about your grandchild who's off in the Tom's River? What about them? You're going to leave them all behind? And then you just, I don't know, you back away and they're away, your inspiration. And you go on to read just like you were before. He says you got to engage. You got to think about, if you want to grow, you got to have a conversation. How am I going to do it? Is it practical? What challenges will I overcome? Face it, think about it. And he says it's another. Sometimes our inspiration is too general. It's too high. I want to be a better person. I want to learn more Torah. I want to do more chesed. He says that is an inspiration that's not rooted in you got a person like Yodea Morris Nafsho. You can't aim too high. Just like he says in Lansing, he says, just like a person shouldn't worry about nothing, a person shouldn't worry about everything. You got to know what really talks to you. Something that you know in yourself deep down, I got to work on. And then you got to think about one aspect that's slightly beyond your reach. But if you reach for it, you can latch on and grab it. And then that little item that's within your reach, that talks to you, that's real to you, you work on. How am I going to acquire this? What am I going to have to do? What challenges would I face? And then you take it, you own it, you conquer it, and you put it into your wheelhouse. And you don't go on to the next item until you've taken hold of what you grabbed onto. See, when the Rebbeinu Shalom was going to have us conquer Eretz Canaan, he gave us a recipe. He said, "V'garsha eser, v'la'agarshenu mipanecha b'shana ayis." I'm not going to let it all happen fast, all at once. Why not? And Tiaret Shemema, you'll be left with nothing. The Rabbalev, I said this, you have one problem. If you didn't do it properly, you'll just be left with other problems. Ma'at, agarshenu mipanecha. Slowly by slowly, little by little. Yoshua conquered Eretz Yisrael. Took him 14 years, battle by battle. But what he won, he conquered, he owned. That's the real way to change. You got to think about what's something that's within your reach, be a little beyond your reach, that talks to you and leave the rest behind for now, and conquer it, and own it, and change. You know, I have a friend of mine who's been out of school for an extended period of time, even more than COVID had to do with some certain medical issues. And when he came back to school finally, he was disciplined. He thought that all we've been through, I've been out for so long, I didn't see much change. Let me tell you, he was wrong. He was wrong. There is so much change going on now. But when you look at the big things, you may not see it. Let me just share with you a couple of stories that are from our own community. People right here. I was invited a couple of Shabbosim ago to a friend of mine who was making a siyum on Guard Your Tongue, the English book. Slowly by slowly, he read through it and learned it. And he told me it was only when I finished the book and I was typing an email and I CC'd something and I said to myself, maybe I should, maybe I can't run that email. And it resonated with him and he was so proud of himself. I know a person who, when he went back to shul, finally, he said it can't be different. But what am I going to do different? And he took it upon himself. In Gava during the landing between the Leahs, he used to be a little more talker. Now he was going to not call me Gava. But he owned it. He was so proud when he told me that. I know a person who said, how could it be that we could have Corona travel through the airwaves and cause so much destruction around the world? And he said to himself, maybe I'm sending garbage around the airwaves. And he took upon himself not to forward the late sawdust that comes across his WhatsApp, to limit it. And not just spew it around. And he felt good about this. I know a girl who went to, a young woman who went to a COVID wedding. It was small, it was limited. And she walked away inspired. And guess what? A year later, she got engaged. And even though the restrictions were lifted, she said to her parents, I want such a small wedding. That's godless. I know a shul in our neighborhood. They had a super speedy first million. They were coming back also after COVID. They said, we can't just go back to the way it was. So they got together, the few people in charge of the million, and they made a schedule. They add 6 minutes to the dollar. 6 minutes. Okay, that's a lot in the morning, but 6 minutes they were able to handle. They just made a calculation, 65 people about davening that minyan. 6 minutes a day, that ended up to 121,680 minutes. That's over 2,000 hours more of davening. That's real. They acquired it. They made it change. They made things better. I know 2 neighbors. There was an Almoin living on their block. He was alone, more alone during COVID. One of them said, I'll tell you, I'll invite you Friday nights. And the other neighbor said, I'll invite you Shabbos. And they've been doing that for the last year straight. This is the story that builds Beis Hamikdash. You read it in the storybook. The 2 neighbors. One throws the wheat on the one side of the half-bed, and the other takes the wheat and throws it back to his neighbor. And the king hears about it and says, that's what I want. That's the spot I want to build my kingdom, my palace. These are real stories of real growth, of real change. And you wouldn't even notice you pass any of these guys in the street. They're real people like us. They're not writing books about them, but they're making real change. I sigh the sigh of frustration. We don't want to keep being here on Tisha B'Av. We want to connect the dots. But Hashem is patient, more patient than we are. And every year, we can have a choice, Tzaras after Tzaras. The Kiddush says, Tzaras on Tzaras, Rizum, Atziros, Gedolos, Umitzuros, Arukas, Velokan, Tzaros, calamities upon calamities, each more tragic than the other, overwhelming and powerful, enduring and not short-lived. The ache and a pain, how can we be comforted? So let's take home the message of Reb Elias and think about the us and the faith. You know, throughout the year, people come over to me and they say, thank you for being part of this incredible Tisha B'Av program. And I think it's great. People live in Beis Hamikdash all year round. They want to connect. But this year, maybe when you come over to me or anyone else who's been part of this program, I just might ask you, Bill, did you make a change? I'm almost guaranteed I don't think anyone's coming over to me this year. But that's what it's all about, my friends. We have a choice to make. Are we going to sit here at Chas v'Shalom for another 1,000 years and just sit there and say, how can I be comforted? How can I be consoled? Are we going to sigh the sigh of frustration, the sigh of pain, the sigh of yearning to return to the Rebbeinu Shalom, and finally say, I'm going to make a change? We shouldn't walk away from this Tisha B'Av and let it be futile. We should make the changes that we need to, the anistic change, the small little changes, and build upon that. And the Rebbeinu Shalom will look down, and he'll be the one being comforted. For us,
Maya, what's the breakdown?
you're up next.
Just go directly up next.
No, there may be let's see. And then I'll just introduce we have to do that. It's like a street
I think we're gonna finish before 1 o'clock. But let's go. Yeah, try to get to 1. Yes. See what the rabbi. Before 1 is 2 minutes. Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, there's only a couple more seats. It might even be before 1. So, we're good on time. Not behind. I can't go get it. He does.
The next keynote, which we're going to sing together in a few minutes, as we traditionally do, makes a connection between Pesach and Tisha B'Av. And we always try to look for a little bit of a connection and theme that runs throughout Pesach and Tisha B'Av. We know that the same day on the Atbash form, the first day of Pesach always falls out on the same day of Tisha B'Av. We think back a few months ago when we had an Erev Pesach, Shachal Shabbos. So we were sitting there wondering until what time can we eat Shalosh Shudas? What can we eat for Shalosh Shudas? That was what our focus was on 4 months ago. And then, of course, yesterday, to some degree, what time can we eat Shalosh Shudas until what is the proper mode of Shalosh Shudas? So that it strikes home that there's a connection right then and there. The Malbim has an interesting comment on this week's, on this morning's parsha that we just read, this morning's Torah reading. He said that Sakas, Yoav, Esavoseka, Yivkar, Zara, because he loved the forefathers, he chose their children after them by Yotzi Yaakov and Panav, took them out himself, the Koko Hagadol Mitzrayim. He took Bnei Israel out of Mitzrayim himself. The whole Reish Goyim in Yolim, to drive away before you nations that are greater and mightier than you, to bring you, to give you their land as an inheritance, as it's very said. Says God, as our not Hayom Hazeh. The connection between Yetzias Mitzrayim and going into Eretz Yisrael is obvious. The Malbim points out the Hatachlis Shel Hanisim Shel Yetzias Mitzrayim. The purpose of all of the miracles of Yetzias Mitzrayim, because he loved the forefathers Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Shem, Yerusha Sa'aretz. He promised them the land of Israel. Al Kain Yaakov, the fun of therefore, he took them out by himself. Ratzalomar, Ba'atzmo, all by himself. Shalo al Yidei Malach, Koko Hagado, Shalo al Kiyatava. He took us out of Mitzrayim, Shalo al Kiyatava, all to bring us to Eretz Yisrael. V'haya Atachlis Lazeh, Lahorish Goyim, Mahaviyaka, Laseis Lachas, Arzam Nachla, Kain Tachlis Yetzias Mitzrayim, V'haya Shetira Shazar. The whole Tachlis of Yetzias Mitzrayim was to bring us to the land of Israel. The contrast between Yetzias Mitzrayim and Tisha B'Av can't be more obvious. The whole purpose of Yetzias Mitzrayim was to bring us to Eretz Yisrael. The whole day of Tisha B'Av is to come and Tzesi Yerushalayim. In fact, we have to leave Eretz Yisrael. Yetzias Mitzrayim didn't happen automatically. Hashem's mercy was aroused only because by Yishma Elohim Esnach Son, by Yismor Elohim Es Briso. It was a tefillah, it was a davening. Hashem heard. He waited for the time that we would cry out to Hashem, that we would arouse His mercy. It was only then that He took us out of Mitzrayim. When we think back at Pesach, when we think about the salt water that we dipped the food into, it's not just to remind us of the heavy bondage, but it could be a message to us right then and there that was our tefillos, was the crying out that what was all powerful and effective. And that's what was the ultimate catalyst for the Geula, was the fact that the Jews cried out to Hashem, they never gave up. They always believed that one day they would be redeemed. I heard an interesting comment this week, actually, last week, on a tape by Michal Horowitz. She quoted a Rush. The Rush asks the following, I guess, obvious question. He says, we know that 4/5 of the Jewish people died according to the Medrash in Israel. That only 20% of the people were Zota to go out. And the other 80%, according to the Medrash B'Hamushim, only 20%, a fifth, survived. And yet we find that the two biggest troublemakers that followed Moshe and Aaron around the Midbar were Dasan and Abiram. Dasan and Abiram were Rishayim. They made trouble. And yet somehow they were part of the 20% that got out. You think that Rishayim like that, who lived their life only to create enmity and to create strife and to cause problems and to challenge Hashem, to challenge the Mun, all of the things that they did to fight with Aaron and to fight with Moshe, you'd think that they wouldn't have been of the 20% who survived. So the Rush asks, why did they survive? They were Rishayim. The answer he gives is because Dasan va'Aviram lo nisyashu min ha'Geula. You're right, they might have been Rishayim, but they had one thing going for them. They were never Miyayish from the Geula. That was alone, that they never gave up, that they never felt that they were hopeless, that there would never be a day that they wouldn't be redeemed. They were part of the 20% because that's what they believed. They might have fallen short in so many other aspects of their personality, but lo nisyashu min ha'Geula. And for that reason, Dasan and Abiram were redeemed from Mitzrayim, and that's a message for us as well. I just got a magazine last night that's and there's a Bar Torah that I saw from Rabbi Lapp, Chief Rabbi of Israel. And he quotes the following story, which I've heard before, maybe you've heard it as well. In 1936, there was a Peel Commission. British mandate, the British government had created an investigation as to why there was so much strife between the Arabs and the Jews in 1936. And David Ben Gurion was asked to speak in front of the Peel Commission. He was at the time the head of the Jewish Agency. And he said the following. This is David Ben Gurion, who was not a tefillin wearer on a daily basis, to the best of my knowledge. He said about 300 years ago, a ship named Mayflower sailed into the New World. It was a great event in the history of England and America, but I would like to know if there is one Englishman who knows exactly when this ship set sail and how many Americans know when as well. Do they know how many people were on the ship? And what was the nature of the bread that they ate when they left? And yet, Ben Gurion added, more than 3,300 years before the Mayflower voyage, the Jews left Egypt, and every Jew in the world knows exactly what day they went out, on the 15th of Nisan. And everyone knows exactly what the Jews ate, matzah. To this day, Jews all over the world eat matzah on the 15th day of Nisan in America, Russia, and other countries, and tell the story of the Exodus and the troubles that befell the Jews from the Exodus until today. That's Lo Nisyashu Nagula. That a person keeps his focus on the idea that even though there was a B'tzeisi Mitzrayim, there was a B'tzeisi Yerushalayim, but there's going to be a Meshuvi Yerushalayim. That's the Lo Nisyashu Nagula. That's the message of the Malbim, and that's the message of the Rush, and the message of this song. We're about to sing the song. We'll sing it when we talk about the parts about B'tzeisi Mitzrayim. We sing it in a high, more proud sort of voice, and then when we read the B'tzeisi Yerushalayim, we'll read it more mournful, a little bit slower. You look through the stanzas as we're reading. Constant contrast, the song of Moshe versus the lament of Yirmiyahu, the clouds of glory versus the clouds of darkness, the splitting of the sea versus our drowning in sorrow, the eating of the mun versus the eating of man of rosh, gold and wormwood, the sacrificing of the karbanos versus us being the karbanos ourselves. And again, as we said, Lo Nisyashu Nagula and Meshuvi Yerushalayim. H2 God.
Hubert wants to know what time we're shooting. Like one. That's not so expensive. If we go past it, it's also expensive. After this week's Charlie's Rufer, after this is Charlie's Rufer, it's one, just one, and then the Holocaust there. So I'm
No, it's not on the schedule. But the next dinner we're going to say is Lamed Vav Tzion. Tzion Halal Shali, Shlomas Yirayim. It's a set of kinnis. The authors of Yehuda Levi, we all know, have such a love and passion for Eretz Yisrael. I hear a couple of years back, we didn't have this on the schedule. And Rabbi Sif, who was this year in camp to our loss, and his passion and his love for it, so wouldn't let us go by and not say something about the skinner. Tzion is a very elusive word. It's probably the most common word used in the Eichai and the Guinness to describe what we lost. But Tzion is elusive even in its meaning. What does it mean? Does it mean Eretz Yisrael, Yer David, Beis Hamikdash, Yerushalayim, in different contexts, Tzion takes on different meanings. I think that's so appropriate to Eretz Yisrael as a whole. You read the poetry from Yehuda Levi with such beautiful expression in it. Eretz Yisrael and its components is so multifaceted. I believe each one of us, in our experiences, those who've been zeicha to go to Eretz Yisrael, each have our own unique and different experiences. Certain stories, certain episodes that inspire us. The food, the walking, the Makomis Kedoshim, the Batei K'niyos, the Knesios, the people. I'd like to just discuss one aspect of Tzion this morning. The Siva Shalom says that Tzion is gematria of 156, which is also the gematria of the Yosef. Yosef Hatzaddik. So what do we know about Yosef Hatzaddik that we can connect with Tzion? Number one, he lived most of his adult life outside of Eretz Yisrael. He even died in Mitzrayim. He's probably the first person that we have recorded that cried over Churban Bayis Rishon and Churban Bayis Sheni. Vayipol al Tzavorei Binyamin Vayev. He despised Golos. He didn't love the host culture. He commanded the brothers in the future generations, when you go out, please take me with you. His love for Eretz Yisrael was found in later generations by his great-grandmothers, the Bnei Slavhan, who went up to Moshe Rabbeinu. They couldn't fathom a piece of Eretz Yisrael being left from their Yerusha, from their father's Yerusha, out of a love of the Aretz. We also know that Yosef is the forerunner to Mashiach. The Mashiach and Yosef received the Mashiach. But most of all, my friends, we know Yosef as a dreamer. That's who he was. He had a dream. Yosef had his dreams of grandeur. He saw it as nevuah from Hashem, and he never let go of those dreams. Even when he was sitting in the dungeon, he never forgot about his dreams. We all have dreams. I believe we all have a united dream that in one way or another revolves around Eretz Yisrael. As we say this Kinnah, let us remember those words from Rabbi Sim, who is etched in my heart. You got to yearn to return, and he yelled out. You got to yearn to be better. You got to yearn for a closeness with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You got to yearn for Beis HaMikdash, and you got to yearn to return. Let's say over this Kinnah of Zion and its multifacets, and each one of us in our special way, in that private connection that we have to Eretz Yisrael, it should come out, and we should yearn to once again return.
Zion, Amos, Shalom,
Next Kinnah, Mem Aleph, describes and laments the burning of 24 cartloads of Gemara, Talmud, in the year 1242. The day of Tisha B'Av, where Torah is extremely limited. It's the diet focus on the after effects and the impact of world where every single set of shops in all of France was burned, and there were no remaining sets of shops to learn from. The Torah Shabbat was extremely limited. As mentioned in 1242, there was a dispute. A certain person, Nicholas Donin and the Shumad, brought accusations against the Talmud to the Christian authorities of the time. There was a dispute that took place, a defense of the Talmud by such luminaries as Yomi Marid, tried to defend as best as they could against the challenges that were made against the Talmud, that was essentially a book that was that had anti-Christian statements mentioned to it. Unrelated to that particular event, this was something that, of course, took place throughout history. I happened to have been looking at another book called People of the Book. It's all about the Hebrew printing. He gives one example, shows you in the Gemara where it was required to be censored at a later period of time. Just to give you an example of types of challenges, some of them could even be very subtle. Gemara also says that Kol Adam She'ilo Isha Hino Adam. A man, a person who isn't fortunate enough to marry isn't an Adam, isn't a man, because Pasuk says Safari gave up a Rabba and crushed him off Adam. The implication is a full man and woman. So it's brought to the church's attention. Priests don't marry. This is an assault against them, and apparently they're not considered men. They forced them to change the Gemara to full Yisrael. Of course, it doesn't fit into the reading of something at all. That's just one example of the types of defenses that the Jewish people had to make, the accusations that were made against them in time. When this occurred in 1242, and all the cartloads of shops were gathered together, and they were burned. One of the Rabbanim of the time had a dream. The dream told him, "Dog is Ered Oraisa." This took place on the Friday before Parshas Chukas. Zos Chukas HaTorah, our Chukas says, Dog is Erev Oraisa. Zos Chukas HaTorah, this is the way of Hashem. He wanted this to happen. For various reasons, some contributed to the fact that years before the Jews had burned volumes of the Rambam's Mishnah Torah. This was Hashem's way of indicating that that was inappropriate. That they were missing the point, and that was wrong. Try to just imagine what life would be like without a Gemara. For those of us who want to try to learn Gemara, I recently went on a vacation, a short vacation. I was traveling by plane, wanted to take my Daf Yomi with me, but it was too bulky to travel with, and so I put the Daf Yomi Gemara in the luggage underneath the plane. A smaller volume to with me on the plane. I took 2 sets of the same Gemara so that I should have the convenience of being able to easily shift between the types of Gemaras that I wanted, in Shiva when I needed, Pocket when I needed. I also wanted to look up something in Yerushalmi, so I took a picture of various pages from the arts book of Yerushalmi so that I could have that with me too. By the way, of course, I was totally overly optimistic about how much I would have learned on vacation, but at least try when you go. But the point is that we can't even imagine what it would be like to not have easy access, especially those of us who just want to be able to look up a source, or sometimes just Google it just to find it. Imagine living in a world where there's no access, you couldn't find a shas anywhere to be found. You want to try to imagine what that world was like. I'm reading another book called Battling for Souls, the Vahat Salah Rescue Committee in post-war Europe by Alex Grogan. I think there's a white school connection, right? Yeah. Laws for members of Russia. He describes that in the DP camps, there were over 200,000 Jews who eventually made their ways to the DP camps, and there wasn't a single shas in all of Western Europe. Not a full set of a single shas in all of Western Europe. They had to bring a set of shas from New York to get one, and it took several years before the Vahat Salah was actually able to convince the United States government to print a set of shots. First, they started off with various volumes. Ultimately, they were able to print a set of shots. They convinced the United States government to do this, despite the fact that there was a shortage of paper immediately after the war. People sold or bartered their cigarette rations and their food rations in order to be able to procure paper in order to print a new set of shots, which, by the way, I think Shmuel Kamenetsky read from a volume of the Siyum HaShas last year. He read from that shas. And there's a picture of it on today's program. If you wanted to see the illustration and the concentration camp references, as well as the ultimate picture of Yerushalayim. That's what life was without a set of shots. And of course, we mourn that on Tisha B'Av as well. Destruction of our Limud HaTorah, the loss of Limud HaTorah. I just want to conclude with a Medrash in Eicha. We said before, Zos Chukas HaTorah, that was the reference to the burning of the Talmud in 1242 on the Parsha, Erev Shabbos, Zos Chukas HaTorah. The Medrash says on the pasuk in Eicha, Zos HaShiv Elohi Al Pino Chil. Yet this I did not knowing, therefore I still hope. Gemara tells the story of the king who marries a noble woman. And before the king has to go on a long journey, he's going to be gone for a long time. So he writes his new wife, a ksuba, a dowry, where he describes all sorts of wonderful things that she's entitled to. It goes through in great detail all of the things that can be left her. And over time, the king doesn't return soon. Years go by. People begin to mock the noble woman. Say to her, "You're crazy, you're never coming back for you." And she goes back to the ksuba, she reads it, she sees how endearingly wrote all of the things, gave her all the information about the gifts that he's giving her. And every time she read it, she said, "This is where I have my nechama." Continues the message, when the Geula comes, Omer Lech Israel, Hashem will say to the name Israel, I'm surprised. Hey, how is it possible that you waited for me all of these years? They hate over and they'll say, Ribona Shalom. You like Torah, God, it wasn't for your Torah, Shenasata Manufar, you gave us the Ibadu Mosalor, you would have been felt abandoned. Nemar, Zos Hashiv Elibi, Zos Torah, Zos Chukas HaTorah. This is the Zos that will come to my heart, and no feel, and therefore I still have hope. So when we read this keynote, we have in mind the destruction and the almost loss of Torah Shabbat during these periods of time in history, and there were many times. There was another period in 1553 in Rome where they burnt every volume of the Talmud. But here we are today, Baruch Hashem, able to continue to study. We shouldn't take it for granted, and we should use it as our source of hope that the Torah is Lulei Torah Shashuvai Ozavat Ani and Shali Sukuvesh.
Shali Sukuvesh, Amisar Shukar Shashar Sukuvesh, Vashkafim Manet, Yave Amish Hayuvi, Malay Makei, Shashikei, Began.
Tread cautiously. The place which is beyond imaginable, a place of Kodesh Kadoshim. was totally inappropriate for someone who hadn't been through the horrors to speak about it. But unfortunately, as time passes, we seem to have no choice. We ended Eicha last night. Yirmi Anovi seems to end on a very low point. The deepest pain a Jew could feel, Ma'ois Na'asanu. The Rebbeinu Shalom has rejected us. Ma'ois Na'asanu. Not a sense of apathy, a sense of disgust. And then somehow, Yirmi Anovi gives us a glimmer of hope. Hashiveinu Hashem elecha v'nashuva chadesh yameinu kikev. And the gap between Ma'ois Na'asanu, being utterly rejected by the Borei Olam, and Hashiveinu Hashem elecha v'nashuva seems so wide. Ma'ois Na'asanu, times of Ma'ois Na'asanu, of disgust, of rejection, thousands of years, so recently, Ma'ois Na'asanu. How are we possibly supposed to get to a time of Hashiveinu Hashem elecha v'nashuva? Chadesh yameinu kikev. Lest we think for a moment that the Ma'ois Na'asanu of the Yeshaya was something of the past, something that perhaps our Babas and Zaydas experienced, a horrific time in Jewish history. But Baruch Hashem, the strength of those survivors, they were able to rebuild. We have flourishing communities. We have yeshivas, we have Beis Yaakov. We have Daf Yomis, Asiyim Hashas, hundreds and thousands of people, millions across the world. Look how we bounce back. Such thoughts are foolish. Shlomo mentioned beginning this morning that an Alter Yid saw a Sefer Torah Psula, and it broke his heart. And we wonder, we see a Sefer Torah Psula, I'll fix it. Does it bother us? What's the tam? Where's the Yiddish tam? The heart. The place that too. Hitler and Hashemot from us. You see, when Klal Yisrael experiences the tragedy, when we experience the trauma of the likes of a Holocaust, it hits us so hard and so deeply. Yes, we can't imagine the pain and the horror. My grandmother being torn away from her parents at such a young age, unimaginable. But the pain, the trauma of Klal Yisrael goes so much deeper. As I mentioned on Shabbos, we are our Messiah. That's who we are. We're as strong as the links in the chain. If there's a weak link, if a link breaks, we have to start again. It will never be the same. We will never look the same. The Messiah is broken. My father always tells me when he comes to these Siddur plays, the Chumash plays, that you see Babas and Zaydas and great-grandparents. And I grew up, no one in my class had a grandparent. You know what that means for Klal Yisrael's Messiah? Never to have seen the Zayda, never to have been by his Shabbos table, never by his Seder to build from a new, fresh start. Ezra describes how they came back to Beis HaMikdash, being by Yesheni. And Klal Yisrael were elated, they were ecstatic. But those that had remembered by his Rishon were crying. It was 70 years. 70 years, 7 decades. But you see the difference between these two generations, Kirach like Mizrach and Mairo. What one generation is celebrating is the height, the glorious days of Beis HaMikdash. The other generation is crying. Churban Bayis was a break in the Messiah. And that can never be recaptured. We start again, and we try our best, and we build. But the foundation that we're building on is shaky. It's detached. I look at European Jews, I mentioned on Shabbos, the time that they had, the flavor that they had. Regardless of how much they know, if they've ever finished the Daf Yomi cycle. But the panemius of their Yiddishkeit, where has it gone? Where's the foundation? Where's the neshama, the lay? We could be noying mitzvahs with all their hidurim. You have people that buy 3 esrogim for Yom Tiv with all the chumras. But the Netilas Lulav doesn't compare to the Yid that was. As he took that one esrog that the whole community had a share. Our Shabbos, the time of the Shabbos, the time of the Shabbos Suda with the Zemiris, the feeling. That's the soul. Schwab. In their Kina cry. They cry over the terrible Churban, which I'm not going to cheapen by putting into words. But they cry over the Machzikei HaMesoy. Machzikei HaMesoy. How are we going to recapture that Mesoy? Mekainei HaMesoy. How do we recapture it? Gone, flee. It's no longer. So much of what we're missing. So much of what we're lacking. So many of the cracks in our foundation. Because we're missing a generation. And Klal Yisrael depends on our Messiah. Ma'ois ma'aston. We've been rejected. There's nothing more painful than being rejected by the Rebbeinu Shalom. But let me read to you words from Yafa Eliab's diary as she was sent by President Carter on a commission to research the Holocaust. It was August 1st, 1979. Leil Tisha B'Av. We returned from Auschwitz, members of President Carter's Commission on the Holocaust, and we held evening services at the ancient Ramah Synagogue in Krakow. Leil Tisha B'Av, 1979, in the Ramah. Just as we were about to chant the keynote, Miles Lerman, a former partisan and sole survivor of a large family, stepped forward to the center of the synagogue, walked up to the beautiful bima with its magnificent ironwork, banged on the table and announced that he was calling God to the Torah, summoning God Almighty to court. Without further ado, Miles started to speak in English, stating his grievances against the accused. God, how can you stay here when next door are Auschwitz and Plasma? Where were you when all over Europe your sons and daughters were burning at altars? What did you do when my sainted father and mother marched to their death? When my sisters and brother were put on the sword? Miles stepped down and walked over to me. Do you want to say anything? He asked me. Was I being called as a witness by the prosecution? I declined. No. Not I. I have no quarrel with God, only with men. I too want a trial, but not at the Ramah Synagogue, not at Nuremberg, nor at Frankfurt. I would put on trial each Western university and library for harboring millions of malicious words written against an ancient people. Words like murderous daggers hiding beneath the cloak of science and truth, the propaganda of conceited little men. I want to bring to trial the pulpits of countless churches where hate was burning like eternal light. I want to try the music of Bach and Beethoven for allowing itself to be played while my brethren were led to their death. I want to try the botanists for cultivating flowers under the Auschwitz sun. The train conductors with their little red flags for conducting traffic as usual. I want to bring the trial, the doctors in their white coats who killed so casually, who exchanged with such great ease the Hippocratic oath for sheer hypocrisy. I want to bring to trial a civilization for whom man was such a worthless being. But to bring God to trial? On what charges? For giving the man the ability to choose between good and evil. As we walked out of the synagogue, an old Krakow Jew asked me, "What did your American friend say in the language of the dollar?" I repeated to him what Miles had said. Tell him, he instructed this old Krakow Jew, tell him this is not God's synagogue. This is the Ramah synagogue. God likes these days big concentration of Jews. Congregations with many quorums. God now dwells in Auschwitz, in Treblinka, in Majdanek, and many other such synagogues. God doesn't live here. I don't know what this man from Krakow meant, but this gives me insight into what the Rebbeinu Shalom says. Imay anoichi b'tzara. The Rebbeinu Shalom was with us in Auschwitz, in Majdanek, in Treblinka. And the question is not, where was God in Auschwitz? The question is why God was in Auschwitz. The Rebbe we discuss on Shabbos, superhuman abilities to overcome the death of an entire family, to rebuild. The Kloisenberger Rebbe said that there's one thought, one idea that got him through the war. And every time he was about to give up, he was about to lose hope, he thought about this idea. The Gemara tells us that when David HaMelech is running from Absalom, his son, imagine running from your son, your own son, trying to kill you. And David HaMelech breaks out in Mizmor David, B'varchai B'nei Absalom B'nai. Mizmor David, B'varchai B'nei Absalom B'nai. David starts praising the Rebbeinu Shalom as he's running away from Absalom, his own son, trying to murder it. And the Gemara asks, Mizmor David, this is a Mizmor. Kino li David libayim. David should be crying. Kino li David. Says the Kloisenberger Rebbe. What David HaMelech was saying, I didn't understand until I was in the camps. There are times when the hate, the venom, is so great. It's so shaloi derech hatev. It's so inhumane. It's so clear, says the Kloisenberger Rebbe, as only he could, that this is a gezerah. Human beings don't act this way. Human beings can't do such a thing. What we saw, he says, was shaloi derech hateva. And when David HaMelech was running away from his son, he turned to the Rebbeinu Shalom and he says, if anyone else was trying to kill me, I would lose my faith in you. But for a son to run after a father and try to kill him is so it's so against human nature. It's clear to me, Rabbeinu Shalom, that it's you. I don't understand why. But I see you in the pain. We've mentioned in the past from Rav Moshe Fagamansi was the force of inspiration that kept so many Jews alive in the Kovna Ghetto. They used to gather around in Shalashudas time looking for some glimmer of hope from their Rebbe. Rabbi Fayansky brings from his father who was there at those Shalashudas, and he said the Matzah would always close his eyes and say in a haunting voice, I see no Germans parading. I hear not the bark of their rifles, nor the click of their boots. All I see is Psukim in Tanakh. I hear the Kol Hashem. Chai ani mi'um Hashem. Eloi yachazoko Mitzrayim etuyo. Ubecheim ashlucha Eloi chalechem. Rabbeinu Shalom says, I will be your king. If you accept me, I will become your king that way. If you reject me, I will show you I am your king in another way. That Ramoto, this is the Psukim of Tanakh coming along. The month of Av is called Av because we hear, we feel the sting of the Rabbeinu Shalom's Pash. But in the sting, we know that He's our Father. In the Ma'ois Me'astanu, in the Ma'ois Me'astanu, in the hell of Auschwitz and Treblinka, a Kloisenberger Rebbe was able to see that it was coming from the Rebbe. You see, when you've given up on a child, Rahman al-Islam, you stop punishing. When you give up on a patient, Rahman al-Islam, make them comfortable, and you stop treating. As long as we feel the brunt of the Me'ois Ma'astanu, as long as we feel the rejection of the Me'ois Ma'astanu, we know that there's hope. Hashiveinu Adonai Elecha v'nashuva. Kadesh Yameinu Keken.
Tell them which one we're singing.
Tell them which one. Say the one from the book of Bereshit. Zichrono the Kohen Oh, can you show me the Rama? You speak on your Naga, and I'm making them in that.
Baruch Shema Yisrael,
Thank you.
Well, let's go. Let's show you. Kadosh, 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 Adonai, Tzvos, Malachot, Baruch Adonai, Adonai, Kol, Adonai, Tzvos, Baruch Adonai, Chaver, Adonai, Yash, Kisri, Balash, Adonai, Adonai, Zakia, Adonai, 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 Yom Yom, Adonai, Adonai, Yishon, Sim, Savan, Adonai, Adonai, Yira Tamil Fanecha, Adonai Elohim. Lena Shabeach Ladon HaKol Asist. אנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא. Jesus of the government, Saki na mama khosha. Here you look at your sister like the first part. Yeah, man, the higher I don't know the melech alcohol. Amen.